we are going to be resuming. Again, we were just making sure nothing was going on. Everything's all safe to go.
Safety is #1 priority.
Exactly, but now you can already see a very aggressive movement from the side of Dreams. Going to be taken down by Impunity, this roster from Cambodia. Team Cambodia strikes first in game #1 with first blood.
The Kadira, man, is just so dangerous. And the playmaking is just very subtle. The spells from this Kadira isn't exactly that flashy, so you really need to pay attention. Otherwise, Deja is going to have a great time here. And he is on that mid lane Kadira, so that's a lot more damage to think about.
Here early on, you can already see as well that Brands is having a bit of trouble here, even though he is actually utilizing that turret really well to get the favorable trade up against the 1-1. This matchup, though, I do want to talk a little bit about it. The turtle has spawned in Arashi, who has the lead here, who has the advantage.
I think it's quite balanced, but Cambodia, they have a lot more tools to begin fights, so I think the Indonesians need to be very careful, and now it begins.
Numenal Blast comes in, and that's going to be T taken down. The Petrify as well with the final blow as the backline will be targeted by Boom. Hijime with the flicker to get out to safety, but that's the retribution by Taz as he goes absolutely massive, dealing a whole lot of damage, picking up a kill as well. Boom melted down, forced to flicker out, and Indonesia comes back, secures the turtle, and 2 kills.
I wish I can say I was surprised, but look at how oppressive this Joy is. A lot of damage, a lot of survivability. At the end of the fight, Taz had almost half his HP bar worth of shields. And that is something that in this early game, Cambodia cannot deal with. They simply just don't have the items to deal with it. And this is why it's so annoying to have this Joy on the opposite side. And they need to be more proactive here, because if Indonesia...
Siang panutan, siang Muhammad Ridwan. Gila. HP-nya nyetel Facebook terus Muhammad Ridwan ini.
The rhythm of Joy and the electrifying beats, it does so much damage. It's
nasty combo.
Nasty combo, and on top of that, nasty mobility. He's untargetable practically when she is using that rhythm of Joy. But
5 jumps essentially, I think.
Yeah, 4 or 5 jumps. If you keep on resetting it, if you play with the rhythm as well, you feel more.
Ini upper bracket ya. P. Wah, gimana sih panitia, Cok? Paus, bro. HP-nya lowbat. Ya, bener ya?
There is, I think, a technical issue again.
We want to make sure that the game runs as intended. Nothing just sways the balance in anyone's favor. But for now, very interestingly enough, it's the matchup here between...
Nggak ada yang caster Indonesia.
It's just very interesting because it's the same idea. A lot of dashes, tankiness as well, and a lot of damage. So now it becomes a showdown almost between the Martis and the Joy, especially in this early game where you can just abuse that immunity and just...
Mirip aku Cok mukanya.
But now it's a bit of a mechanical showdown.
We'll see, right? Early game, it does feel like even though Cambodia were able to find that first blood, punishing Dreams, it is Indonesia that still has more control.
Ini pencetannya mana, bro?
Take to the team fight that happened around the turtle. Here though, again, once we get into the mid stage,
ini nggak ada yang Indonesia kan?
Looking at the compositions, and I'm just thinking, flying with the breath of the ocean.
Nggak ada, Cok. In English.
Done, right? It's just the concept.
Just try to learn English, bro.
That's about it. But considering that Indonesia have a whole lot of other abilities, a whole lot of other resources to counter the Divine Judgment, like that's exactly what we saw in the first turtle fight. The Divine Judgment was popped into the Joy, but then there was a Numenal Blast that was channeled in.
Numenal Blast
as well, I believe. And the AOE from Indonesia is very solid, and that is why it's very dangerous if the Cambodians do not get the momentum, the initiative, because if they are the ones starting off things, then the Indonesians are forced to use their spells defensively to try and stave off that damage. But now, as you can see, they have no doubt at all. There's no hesitation in using the Numenal Blast
yes
to just go aggressive, and this is what we've been talking about from Indonesia. They have a front-to-back team composition against a dive composition, and yet they don't care. They're going to go and bring the fight to you instead.
Well, we're going to jump in back to the game as the game has been resumed by Cambodia and Indonesia. Again, 3 minutes in, there is a 1,000 gold lead currently for Indonesia. Both teams are playing it relatively passive here as Taz jumps in once again with the rhythm of Joy. Jumps in as well.
Yeah, Joy dilepas, bro.
Doesn't get the gold buff though.
It's a fancy beat actually that comes up when you use that ultimate. But Taz is just all across the map trying to get the gangs up, getting that farm as well. I think the mid game is where both teams have the resources to try and start just turning up the aggression and starting to attempt to at least snowball or maybe perhaps just get objective advantages, because both teams have shown that they have that macro knowledge, and I think with that makes the team fights just that much trickier depending on what mutual objective is on the map.
Good read by Brands here, as we mentioned. Strong side towards that gold lane for Cambodia. Taz again with the rhythm of joy just being such a nuisance. Lutu still able to get out on the Martis anti-CC, but it is just going to be Indonesia who takes the turtle for free, as Cambodia has opted to actually play around that gold lane. OP finding a solo kill up against Brands. And T and Deja
Saya kocak mana saya kocak?
Anya,
saya kocak.
Gets caught in divine judgment, and that's the burst we mentioned. Arashi, the petrify as well, but Taz is still able to survive. Jumps into the rhythm of the joy once, twice, three times, and that's the fourth with the electrifying beats, dealing as much damage as possible. Deja gets taken out by Dreams. So much shielding for the joy, Arashi.
Taz and the joy. Yes, there's a lot of shielding here, but even before that, in the initial CC lock, he was able to survive from that.
Gimana cara nge-counternya nggak ada Isme?
Very interesting. I really thought that it was over for him right there, but he was able to survive with
Pakai aja.
HP, and that is all you need on this hero. You need to seal the deal before there's any counterplay. Otherwise, it's an absolute disaster. And for Cambodia, now they're on the back foot for sure. Indonesia will try and use this lead, this control, and get those nasty pickouts of their own, or even a big combo. Unless Cambodia can do something surprising, like the trap in the purple buff. It was a very great attempt.
6 minutes in now, it's still a 1,000 gold lead. I feel like Cambodia, even though they've been behind, they've been losing a lot in these skirmishes, they're still keeping a level head. They're really farming well, and they're trying their best to minimize that gold lead. Meanwhile, Boom actually gets a solo kill on Psychots. Deja will fall as well. It's 1-for-1 as Taz is looking for an engage. It's the conceal by T to help his gold laner OP get out. Dreams though going to be brought back for Divine Judgment. That's the shield coming up, and that's going to be OP who's looking for all the shield. That's the crossbow tang popped up. It's going to be Dreams who gets taken down, but it's going to be traded back in as OP will fall to the hands of Brands. That's again Taz doing so much damage with the electrifying beats. Popping that sick beat, my man.
Beat, but losing the mid tower in the process. That is a very good rotation from Lutu. But you can see that the rotation game very much favors Indonesia. They're always one step ahead due to that wave clear advantage, but somehow, some way, Cambodia, they've been staying in their lanes, and eventually they are having a turret advantage, although now Indonesia has a chance to actually use that time to go for the neutral objectives.
Cambodia are so good at looking for these crazy pickoffs almost everywhere on the map, but they're opting again to put most of their resources to play around OP. 2-0 stat line currently, still the same stat line as Brands, but again, they are already getting that push control around the topside river. Indonesia rotating with a similar pattern towards that top side. Lutu trying his best to just open up the map, and both teams will not decide to go in just yet.
Oh, they're going for the gold buff though, but it seems to be just a small trade going on, unless Dreams goes into the bush.
Uh-oh, that's going to be Dreams. A lot of resources placed onto him. He soaks in every single damage with the crossbow attack, and that's going to be Taz caught very low. Still able to dash in with the rhythm of joy. That's Brands actually locking Lutu in place with his go away. Lutu finding the kill, but will fall
Lari
as well to the
Lutu.
hands of Taz, who picks up a double. Psychots now on the Divine Judgment. Will be able to pull him back into this turret. Now Boom with the Raven's Fire is able to dish out some damage, but Psychots gets out with relative ease on that Benedetta.
But
they're allowing Taz to start to snowball, man. He is 3-0 right now. He has that genius one, and he has built the Oracle very early on. It means less damage for him, but it also means that Deja as well as Tai cannot actually burst him down as reliably as they would like, and it's only going to get worse from here on out. He is already
ini tasnya gimana menghentikan tas ini?
That is some very efficient itemization.
Gak bisa, guys.
The damage from OP as well as Lutu and Boom can be mitigated as well.
Here, Again, it feels like Cambodia.
Sheesh! Sorry, my bad.
It's okay. There's also a Kalas right there from Dream, so both teams just having fun.
Kalas.
Even though they're competing here in the upper bracket finals for the grand final spot, it's great to see that both teams are still enjoying their time in the land of dawn. Cambodia, though,
In the land of
are
dawn.
3,000 gold behind of Indonesia. This will definitely impact their next few fights if they do decide to commit and fight, contest instead of trading. Boom has already started his rotation down to that top side. Deja going to be able to catch Psychos with the Petrify.
Aduh, Psychos jam.
By judgment. Taz wreaking havoc with the rhythm of joy. That's the Nunan Blast placed in as well.
Tas dung dung. Tas dung dung. Tidak bisa diacc, tas dung dung.
Lutu and Boom still relatively untouched. He gets the stun onto two members, but the real world manipulation
Tas
is still
dung dung.
there.
Tas dung dung.
again,
Tas dung dung.
breathing everywhere. Has the
Gila,
electrifying beats, but will not choose to use it just yet. They'll choose to go for the lore now. 1 for 1, it still stands, but
Kok
it's still
bisa dia
Indonesia
lepas
with more
ya?
control.
Indonesia has more control and they are trying to use it to bait in more kills. Lutu goes in 1v3, but he will be forced to back away, and Indonesia is not risking any 50-50 in this retribution battle. They're waiting for the right moment, and they have a structure taken on the other side of the map just for good measure. Now with Hijumi having a glowing wand, the poke damage is going to get very much worse for the side of Cambodia, and that will pressure them into making these reckless engages, and perhaps that will allow Indonesia to punish it even more. As you can see, Cambodia very intent on getting this lord.
Top
Guys.
lane, tier 1 going to be target T, looking for that divine judgment, but a perfectly placed go away is there.
Tas
Taz,
lagi.
again with the rhythm of joy, soaking in so much damage, but will be caught in the petrify. That's a shutdown over.
Ya nggak
So
gitu
OP
mainnya.
is going massive now. Has the crossbow attack, just one more weakness point onto Dreams, but OP gets poked back. Falling back now, Dreams is looking for it. Psychos with a petrify onto 2 in the final blow. Finds OP. It's absolutely amazing for Psychos with the crossbow attack given over to OP, who's still able to convert it onto Dreams. 2 members falling once again. Cambodia have risen again. It's a 3 for 1.
So 3 for 1, an absolute disaster for Indonesia. Taz got shut down by none other than OP, and that's a huge gold swing as the Indonesians going for another fight.
Brands trying to do what he can here. He's going for the steal, but will not be able to find it. The go away and the Wind of Nature popped in, but he's going to be petrified. And you can't Wind of Nature. The damage from that Kadena magic penetrating through, and Brands taken off the board.
That
That's a
Kadena.
2v5 essentially for the Indonesians. Very reckless, and it seems like
Wait,
they're
and
losing
when they
control in this game right now. They certainly are not expecting the difficulty for Taz to actually take control of that game. We question if Cambodia has a solution, has something in the pocket. That is what they're showing right now. With the Lord pushing in, Cambodia goes for the jungle control as well, and the Indonesians are struggling to keep up.
Taz, he needs to be a bit more disciplined with that rhythm of joy. Last time he jumped in and got caught in the divine judgment that led to Cambodia getting a good fight. Conceal play T54, not being able to That's going to be the joy. Targeted down. Taz out instantly now as Lutu is able to disengage. A good stun from Boom to once again help the rest of the members to back off. It's another 1 for 0, Rashi. And Cambodia, it feels like they're one step ahead.
It seems like now that Joy Pick is actually harming the chances of Indonesia because Taz keeps going in and overestimating the flexibility, the power of this Joy, and Cambodia is absolutely punishing it. If they take it slow, Brands as well as Hijumi has enough damage to start poking around to pressure the members of Cambodia. There's a lot of physical
Manjat-manjat, bang.
build, but Hijumi with the glowing wand ready right now can actually poke them down before Taz goes in to secure those kills. So I think they have to be more synergized in how they want to approach these fights, because right now it seems like it's very disconnected. We're seeing a lot of fights from Indonesia without the whole team, the 5 members at the same time.
Cambodia. We questioned their decision not to ban the Joy, but right now it's working to their favor. See, opens up the map, forcing Dreams to back off. Indonesia zoned away from their own jungle. The orange buff will be claimed by Cambodia again.
Iya benar, nggak nge-ban Joy, tapi bisa juga sih buat ngelawannya.
And kept on building towards. It really is looking super strong right now.
Especially because early on, Indonesia has their own pressure, so Cambodia cannot synergize, cannot set up for these big ambushes. But now with the tide's turn, with gold lead in the hands of Cambodians, they are all over the jungle of the Indonesians. The Magic Century will expose them for now, as Brand has picked up this Demon Hunter sword, allowing him to maybe be a
Cepet
big
banget
threat.
ngomongnya.
Ooh, that was such a risky move by Taz. Penny dash towards T on the Kaja. But he knows exactly what's going to happen there. And he knows that T won't be in range after he uses the rhythm of joy, but it's just pretty stressful for me to watch.
Again, very aggressive moves. That's not quite necessary for Taz, so maybe this is just his character, his killer instinct, his mechanical skill wanting to be used, but now Psychos is being targeted.
Uh-oh, Psychos gonna be caught, doesn't get the eye for an eye, but he gets the petrify. Now the final blow as well, caught. No crossbow tang used just yet. Indonesia decide to look for a trade here on the lure. Look for retribution. Taz gets it, but he's gonna be caught there. Brands with a brilliant disengage. Crossbow tang still ready. OP pops it in. Winner truncheon by Taz now. Caught in the midst of it all. Jumps in, back and forth once again. Taz gets out. It's a good trade. Psychos traded in for the Lord for Indonesia to stay in this game.
Wow, that mobility, man, is just so tough to deal with. Cambodia, with 4 members, were unable to get that pick up on the task, and now Hijime has built a winter truncheon as well, so the dive is just less effective.
Uh-oh, Dreams caught Taz doing so much damage. Taz is absolutely a monster here. He's still able to survive, buying so much time, and it's a 1-for-0, 1-for-1 here. Everybody's low, 2-for-1, and that's a kill taken by Brands. 2 members low from Cambodia. The Enhanced Lord marching top. And it does seem like we're going to get a replay here, Hirashi. What happened in this team fight?
Cambodia going for the aggression, crowded around together, and the AoE coming in from Hijime is something that they are not taking into consideration. What? They get very, very low, but now another fight is breaking up in the bottom, in the actual real game time.
Hijime, apparently, a bit too aggressive, overstepping his boundaries there in the enemy jungle. But it's all good for Indonesia still. Even though they lost Hijime, they were able to find a few trades on the board. Tier 2 in the top lane, mid lane, and even in the bottom lane, equalizing the turrets here for themselves. But the Tier 2 hasn't fallen in that bottom lane just yet.
I'm questioning a bit how the Winter Truncheon is the option that Hijime is building for, because I think even if he does survive with the Winter Truncheon, that means that the whole roster of Cambodia will be on him when he gets out of it. I thought he would opt for something a bit more kite orientated, but now he has that double wand combo along with the Divine Blaze. That's more than enough damage, and he will be one of the main targets for the side of Cambodia. But keep in mind, Cambodia are just stacking up that magic resistance. 2 Radiant Armors already built, Oracle for Boom as well. That will mean that the bulk of the damage...
Thank you, Bang Olen, sudah share.
We'll have to see, can that win condition be completed, achieved by the Indonesians?
Well, they're already popping that concealed. Dreams looking for the plays, opens up the map. T there, doesn't choose to go for the Divine Judgment just yet. Deja gets out with the Odyssey. Ludu still soaking in a lot.
Ludu
trying his best to look for it. Psychos tries to cut the wave there, but it's not going to be able to happen. T gets a Divine Judgment, but Psychos once again is going to be able to jump in. Winter Nature popped in by Opie, who's going to be massive here. Has a lot of room to play with. Boom jumps in. Brands gets stunned, but has the Winter Nature. Opie still in the back line, still hitting. Has it, having the crossbow attack. Will try his best to look for all the weakness points, but it's going to be reset once again as Taz finds it shut down onto Lutu. Cambodia on the back foot. 2 members alive. For Indonesia, it's just Psychos who gets taken down. OP once again trying to make the miracle play happen as he looks for the crossbow attack. And he finds the dream. He's taking down Taz as well. But a winner truncheon is there for Taz. Didn't know last, but OP is still kiting, still saving Cambodia from getting the amazing defense.
Boom now chasing for a kill. Real Revolution is being popped, but the OP will be there to zone them all away. And this is the story of the game right now. If Indonesia can get pickups of their own, they have an advantage. Let's take a look at that replay once again. Cambodia going in aggressively, but then being counter-engaged, and Psychos and Taz diving towards the backline, zones everyone away until Boom comes in and OP realizes there's a chance here. He goes back in for the outplay, gets that crossbow of Tang, and that is how dangerous Cambodia is, even on the back foot.
Oh my god, that was a 2v4. And OP continues to surprise us from last 2021 MSC to now. They're able to find the Lord because of that play, that defense that went so well for them. They punished Indonesia
Cambodia
all on the back of OP in the late game. Even up against Dreams. When he
got
the shield, he was able to maneuver away behind the shield.
Menurut kalian gimana guys?
Position is so dangerous. Every
Kok
single
kayaknya sih
member,
kalah ya?
hero on the side of Cambodia can
EVOS nih,
make the
bagaimana
plays
EVOS?
happen. Whereas for Indonesia, it's about unity, it's about synergy, playing as 5, because otherwise, alone,
Ini Psychos kalau live streaming di Facebook dikata-katain guys.
cannot make these plays happen alone. Even Taz right now is being completely
XP laner kok mati 5.
and get that united team fight to get that victory.
18 minutes in, this is still an enhanced Lord though that Cambodia took. They couldn't risk waiting for that 18-minute mark for the Evolved Lord to spawn. Them now trying their best to micromanage the waves. Taz,
Saya kocak.
very risky play again, walking in front of that
Beraksi saya
contract.
kocak.
T's been
Sehat, Mang Oleh.
with his divine judgments. Both teams are opting to play it still very slow, building those waves up for Cambodia to crash and siege.
Not to mention, T has the flicker, so beware of that flicker divine judgment combo. But here we go, Cambodia sieging away, and look at T.
T looking for it now, gonna get stunned up. Not able to find a divine judgment. That's the petrifying.
Saya kocak tuh, saya kocak. Saya kocak.
World inflation instantly cancelled out, and Indonesia opts to clear out.
Dapat joy tapi kok kalah ya.
Bottom lane gonna be targeted here. That's gonna be an amazing winner structured by Hijime to escape from the divine judgment threat. Lumina blast now onto one member. It was dodged away by Lutu and Boom, who's now caught in the base. Immortality still available. 1-0 right now for Cambodia. Boom, getting out. Taz jumping in, looking for some damage.
Saya langsung lagi nunggu orang manen sawit ini di kebun. Semangat kerjanya Mang Oleh. Nabung yang banyak.
Final blow used up. Deja gonna be caught there, but still is able to run away with the.
Saya kocak.
The real world inflation and desperation. Boom, gonna be caught. Immortality's popped in. Lutu looks for the base, and Cambodia gets the first game in the series.
Bacot teriak nih Mas ini.
Another massive victory for Cambodia.
We said Joy was OP. We said the team that has Joy will win the game for sure. Cambodia says no. That is not the case at all. We have
Boom Esport Cambodia.
Completely shut Taz down. The mechanical genius cannot show his skill. That is props to Cambodia, man.
We all thought Joy was unbeatable. Cambodia definitely showed that Joy was unbeatable in their game against Malaysia. To do this up against Indonesia, a team that haven't lost a single game in ISF so far, when you give them Joy, the unlosable, quote-unquote, character. Cambodia right now are on a different level, and this just spices up the tournament even more. The tournament favorites all might be going down to the lower brackets.
That is insane, man. You have to question right now, is the Joy pick something that the Indonesians were not ready to utilize, right? Because it does seem like Taz, occasionally, as you mentioned, Mirko, misses some of the rhythm, some of the hops as well, comes in at real unfortunate moments. So we'll have to see if the same.
Berarti saya kok dapat coklat, guys.
The highlights, the early game is just absolutely chaotic. And this is how we like it. Both teams wanting to be aggressive. Indonesia don't have a lot of pickups. They are willing to take the fight to Cambodia, and Cambodia are just so happy to oblige. They go in with those pickups. They make so many good setups, hiding in the bushes, hiding in plain sight even, and they're able to get a lot of moments catching Indonesia off guard. And even though in the late game it got kind of close, even though on paper Cambodia was not supposed to win in that late game, in those big team fights, they find a way to make it work. They utilize the objective gameplay as well, and they're showing again, even though we're not the favorites, we are a top tier contender. Take us seriously or pay the price.
OP did so much for the team here. You can see, but the entire team played around him so well in this game. OP was behind early on. You can see that he was taken down twice here in the 9th minute mark. Indonesia seemed to have control, but in the mid-game, it all changed after one team fight. And that's a Lord fight right here that you see. Psychot's got an amazing flank, but OP. When you try to flank him, it seems like it's always going to be turned around. He's always positioned so well in these team fights, but he's not too far back. He's always in a position where he can hit, but he can't be hit by the enemy team. There was another moment in this match where it turned around back to Indonesia's favor. And here, this was the moment where OP outplayed Indonesia. It was a 2v4 situation with
nih, langsung buka ultinya ini nih. Ultinya OP Esport.
With 4 members marching down the base. Tell us what happened here, Rashi. Dissect it for us.
Iya.
Got a bit of advantage here. They thought that it was over, like you mentioned, Mirko, but it did not.
Ngeremehin kayaknya, guys.
The fact that there are so many playmaking tools in the hands of the Cambodians.
Sama saya kocak nih nggak bagus mainnya saya kocak.
Back away, use the Lord, maintain that discipline we've been talking about, and slowly but surely strangle the Cambodians. But that is not what they did. They got overzealous. They figured that they can take the fight to them and they paid the price, as we mentioned already. So Indonesia right now needs to decide how they want to do this, because for Cambodia, they have a solid plan. They have
Damage delay sampai 100.000.
all the issues that Indonesia has been throwing at them.
Aduh sekali.
MVP is going to be OP from Cambodia, absolutely OP with over 100,000 damage and 73,000 damage taken as well. By the way, that's a marksman. Excuse me?
Takes damage, does damage, has a good score, farms up, and even solo killed Brands early on.
Yes.
8, 2, and 7. I think there's no doubt as to who got that MVP, the man who saved Cambodia many times in the late stage. But in the early game, we gotta give the spotlight over to T. Because if OP carried in the late game, it was all due to T, again, protecting him, using the Divine Judgment more so as a cover tool, as a tool to peel for OP instead of engaging.
Exactly. The security, the protection is as important as the engage tools. He was also responsible for shutting down the snowball of Taz in that early
Saya
game.
kocak coklat, saya kocak. Kocak.
As a full inventory slot, Brands does too, however. Unfortunately, Brands in the final fights, he was always targeted, and we talked about this. The Irithel would have countered the 1-1, would have been more mobile, more secure than the Melissa, and Brands paid the price because everyone was absolutely gunning for his life in this game. And look at all the damage items. It's by all means quite late into the game, so you cannot survive long at all. And the only real protection he has was Dreams on the Lolita, who occasionally still tries and goes aggressive with the Numinant Blast. So like I said, Indonesia needs to work out a proper team fight plan, because otherwise, if they don't have the composition for it, it is not going to work out.
I feel like that was our main concern.
Kenapa iklannya orang pinggiran?
One, right? For Indonesia, it's definitely that pick, the Melissa. Instead of the Irithel, we mentioned as well that we personally think that the Irithel is just such a solid hero up against a 1-on-1, especially up against so much dive. The Melissa does do well with the go away, certainly is able to stop these members from getting close. But the thing is, from the Lapu, can't let you get close, but Lapu and obviously the Kadita, there are abilities from the Lapu and Kadita that can go through that go away, right? The stun is technically ranged, it's melee, but it has a
Saya kocak.
hitbox as well. But before we head on over to game 2, we're gonna take a short break. Arashi and Mirko signing off for a bit. Stay tuned.
Apa nih iklan nih?
And I have a few questions to ask. So the first question, how do you feel about this match? Are you feel satisfied or maybe
Oh, langsung di ini.
this match?
From the last match,
Lagi santai di Bali, panasan.
something for us to learn from the last match.
Ya gampang ya, lawannya cuma EVOS Legend.
Performance today.
The performance is very strong because they have more experience.
Badut MBL.
Yes, they very strong.
So is there any special preparation for the next match?
Yeah, there is the draft, the strategy for the next match.
Okay, so you already won the game in this time, right?
Yeah.
What things do you have that your enemy doesn't have? Maybe can
Semoga 2-0 lah ya.
Tender or
I think it's
Biar yang hujat banyak, guys.
together we all in one, we know what to do, and yeah, we trust each other. We have that same spirit.
so how confident are you to win this competition?
Our confidence is 50%.
50%.
Yeah, 50%.
So for the last question, who is the top enemy in this competition? Why?
I think
Kok kupingku tuh pada ngerak ya?
of Philippines and Indonesia are the top
Banyakan minyaknya kali ya.
Why?
because they
Padahal lu
are
nggak pernah pakai
the
headset lu.
in Asian, and they have more experience, and yeah, their players so strong.
So okay, so that's all for my question. Thank you for your time, and I hope the best for your competition.
Thank you.
Okay, so today we have Age and Textam as a coach and analyst from Indonesian Mobile Legends team in World Esports Championship 2022, and I have a few questions to ask. Okay, so the first question, how do you feel about this match? Are you all satisfied, or maybe there's something that you all need to improve from this match?
Dengan pertandingan tadi kita udah lumayan puas lah ya, kita bisa menang terus, tapi kalau kita lihat kita tetap fokusnya buat di upper bracket final, terus di nanti di grand finalnya sih. Jadi ya kita masih tetap walaupun puas tetap fokus buat dapetin emas sih kayak gitu.
So, what do you think about your enemy performance today?
Musuhnya sebenarnya lumayan bagus, dari draftingnya juga kita lihat mereka udah cenderung ke hero-hero yang meta, yang mereka tahu powernya seperti apa, ngikutin patch banget, dan ya lumayan ngagetin sih musuhnya. Mereka bisa adaptasi dengan meta-meta yang sedang berlangsung lah di Mobile Legends ini. Jadi menurut gua musuhnya lumayan kuat.
So, is there any special preparation for the next match?
Untuk next match-nya lawan Kamboja, prepare sih. Respect mereka lah, jadi mereka strateginya apa kita pelajarin, kita siapin, jadi kita nggak kaget lah buat lawan mereka, jadi kita tetap respect siapapun lawannya.
Strateginya turu lah, streaming sambil turu.
The game in this time, right? So what things that you have that on your team doesn't have?
Sebenarnya kekurangan di tim kita itu adalah kita masih kurang disiplin, masih kurang rapi mainnya. Dimana sebenarnya kita bisa lebih rapi, bisa lebih clean, jadi gamenya juga lebih mudah. Nah itu yang perlu kita lakukan ini berjalan langsung.
Okay, so for the last question, is there anything to be worried from the next match against Cambodia? Maybe the player or their gameplay?
Mungkin lawan Kambodia ini karena kita tahu tadi kita expect-nya kita bakal finalnya lawan Malaysia ya. Ternyata Kambodia bisa ngalahin. Jadi kita inilah pelajarin lah kenapa mereka bisa ngalahin Malaysia, dan kita respect dari draftnya juga. Kita baca mereka strateginya bakal gimana. Jadi kita nggak bakal kaget lawan mereka. Jadi
Okay, so that's all for my question. Thank you for your time, and I hope the best for this competition.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so today we have Malaysia Mobile Legends teams in Esport Championship 2022, and I have a few questions to ask. So the first question, how do you feel about this match? Are you all satisfied, or maybe there are some things that you all need to improve in this match?
I mean, we are okay. We are fine with it because yes, before this game it was, but it was our mistake. I think mistakes are the best teachers, and we learn from it. Moving into this game, we were having another way of thinking, and yes, we won again. And a little satisfied.
So, what do you think about your enemy performance today?
Saya rasa performance dorang bagus, cuma dorang maybe kurang dari dorang leak dari segi drafting. So drafting dorang tu macam dorang ini tapi dorang tak tahu combo dengan aku. Itu bagi pendapat saya lah.
Ciku guys.
So, is there any special preparation for the next match?
Definitely yes, because we'll be going between Argentina or Philippines. Both are strong teams in their own region. They are both strong teams. Definitely we want to try to win them because we'll be meeting them again in M4.
Okay. So you already won the game this time, right? What things that you have, but your enemy doesn't have?
Enjoy.
Benjoy.
Okay, for the last question, what are your worries for the next match?
If my jungler wants to play Franco. Jungler I don't know. What are your worries? Aku ada apa worry tak?
Is there any worries for the next match?
Maksudnya
The next match.
oh, untuk next match jangan bagi Franco jangan lah.
Okay, so that's all for my question. Thank you very much for your time, and I hope the best for this competition.
Cancuk copyright cuk. Goblok. Lah kok ada lagunya dia? Anjing. E-sport tai. Pantesan nggak ada yang restream, guys. Kaget aku kok my love, ku biarin aja. Ngeribet. Main lagi belum?
Take it out, man.
Interesting options in Cambodia. They don't want to let Taz have his signature hero as well, so the Fanny will be banned away. And now you're wondering, what is the approach? Because Indonesia tried that front to back, that team fight approach. It wasn't working so well, and maybe they just are suited right now to go for something a lot more aggressive, a bit more of a dive comp, because we saw that Psychots, right, in the right composition with that Yutsong, moving forward, he seems to be in a lot more control compared to this more defensive style. So we'll have to see. Diggy has been banned out, so they have the chance to also have that heavy crowd control, heavy-handed approach. But for Cambodia right now, I think they might be looking towards that Kaja once again. Very flexible with the wave clear, with the pickoff potential as well.
Fanny ban coming in from Cambodia. Still though, even after winning game 1, they are respecting Indonesia's prio picks, comfort picks. The Diggy will be banned out. Similarly to game number 1 by Indonesia. Ooh. The award is still up for grabs, but the 1-1 now is actually going to be banned out by Cambodia, who has the first pick on the blue side. Technically, forcing Indonesia to choose between the Leom or the Kaja or the Valentina.
Or the Martis, or all the heroes available right now.
But
it's
I think
all
for
so
first pick
situational.
Cryo, it's mostly still just Valentina Kaja. For this case, because of all the other heroes banned.
I must say, again, with the players being so mechanically gifted, I think having that suppression is just so much more valuable than the other aspects, the other attributes available from these other heroes. So I think I agree, Valentina and Kaja will be important, but will Indonesia ban one of these options, or will they let both open so they can pick one for themselves? It's gonna be the Kaja banned out, so Cambodia, no joy.
No Joy, no Kaja, no Diggy. Valentina still in the fray for them to pick up. If it's not the Valentina though, Leomord, Martis. I think right now just, yeah, Leomord. Ooh, Leomord. I was expecting the Valentina actually to be picked up here, but it does seem like Cambodia wants to put Lutu on, to put this Leomord on Lutu in the jungle.
For Indonesia, I guess it will be that Valentina. It really makes sense. Going up against a Leomord, fighters like this, Valentina has a lot of utility and damage available as well. And we keep talking about this, but wave control, wave pressure. Indonesia were able to actually abuse it so much in game number 1. Unfortunately, maybe not enough, maybe they didn't play the late game team fights correct, but the early game we can see that Indonesia were the ones aggressing, were the ones having momentum. So I think they will have a lot of emphasis in that wave clear department as well. Beatrix can be an option, Valentina as well.
Beatrix Benedetta certainly can be the option to go for here. Valentina, like we mentioned earlier. But Indonesia, usually, if we take a look at their previous games, the Lolita, the Benedetta.
Wow, okay.
Oh, okay, so it's a different approach, yeah. Usually we see the Fanny, the Kaja, the Beatrix always being the prio for Indonesia, but because a lot of those heroes were banned out, they decide to go for the Yuzong, a signature pick for Psychots in this tournament so far. Cambodia picking up the Angela with no hesitation. They want to try to play around this Leomord, and honestly, yeah, Angela works, especially with that new Aspirin skin, Arashi.
It's a very, very cool skin. And we've seen, I think, other teams, other countries ban this Angela against Cambodia. So maybe this is exactly what we've been missing out on from Cambodia. We'll have to see though. Indonesia, understanding that OP is usually just very oppressive, pun fully intended. They go for side cuts on the Yuzong, which has been a very good solution to these hyper carries in the back line. They still go for that Yi for the utility. And now Cambodia with the Cult Altar though. It means that they're going to be clumping up quite a bit. Maybe Indonesia can set up for some kind of combo.
Fairness Angela, Leomord, very heavy dive comp here, and Indonesia need to pick up a hero that can really withstand this kind of dive or can counter the dive, right? The Fredrin becomes a solid option here, but we've already seen the Yuzong picked up earlier on. Jungle? I've never seen Taz play the Fredrin in the jungle, but the Akai is another solid option, another good disengage. We've seen Taz play that one in the second game against Philippines, and it will be locked in for Indonesia. That's the Akai in the jungle, but it can also technically still be flexed into the roaming position.
Ooh, roam Akai though against an Angela. Obviously, Cambodia, I think they will rely more on the laners to be aggressive and have the Angela as more of a support, so Indonesia can get more value, more aggression in the early game. But now we're down to the second banning phase. What will Indonesia try and ban away? Because crowd control is definitely necessary for Cambodia to make this composition happen. The Lapu Lapu is banned away. We saw that Boom was able to use it to maximum effect, enabling Opi, giving him a lot of space in those big team fights. And then for Cambodia, they themselves would want to try and deny perhaps the DPS that can melt through their very tanky composition.
Indonesia are setting themselves up pretty well with the bans here. They notice that again, Cambodia really likes to play around these dive-centric compositions. Taking away the Lapu is a solid option, but that's the Atlas ban as well from Cambodia. Just again, trying to nullify the threat that Dreams has. We all know on these crazy, flashy heroes, Dreams really likes to pop off. But right now, honestly, for the roaming position, for the roamer, I'd actually like, if I'm Indonesia right now, I think I'm hovering over the Matilda, right? You need a little bit more utility. It's an amazing hero with utility. It can also be synergized well. It actually synergizes well with the Akai as well, right? You can pin people down with the help of the Circling Eagle when you are in that heavy spin position, when you have that ability active.
Well, I wonder if the Kadita is going to be banned away, because for Cambodia, I think it's a very solid option, but of course, already heroes in that role, so it won't be there. And I don't know if Indonesia will be willing to use it, maybe defensively. They ban away that Masha though, and Franco is the ban from Cambodia. I find it quite peculiar, honestly, the Franco ban, because I think Indonesia with the Franco is going to be a pretty weird composition, right? You're hooking people closer to your team when you want to get away from them. maybe they're afraid of that buff denial, you know, the early game pickoffs for Indonesia to start snowballing. But now we're down to the final 4 picks for both these teams. Indonesia for sure will require some DPS.
I think it's also because of just that suppression that he has in the Bloody Hunt. Becomes such a good cover peel utility tool for Indonesia. But now, with the banning session done, both for the first phase and the second phase, Indonesia will look to go for the first pick, which is still going to be that Melissa. This time, I actually like this pick a bit better than last time, right?
Right.
You're up against a Leo Moore. The go away can have a little bit more use here, especially with the peel already there, ready with the Kai.
Not to mention there's side cuts on the Yutsong as well. The Furious Dive can be used defensively if it's necessary, so we'll have to see. I think we have to wait on that final pick. Is it going to be more aggression, more defensive? But for Cambodia right now, they require golden of their own. It might be an Irithel. Works well with the dive nature. The movement speed forward for Cambodia. And if it takes high loss as well, that is a big slow, a big front line, a solid stun as well. So moving with speed here from Cambodia, maybe relying a bit on that Angela slow as well to try and catch the members of Indonesia off guard.
Well, you know, we've always asked how to counter the utility from Yves, maybe with more movement speed, right? There's a lot of sprints there. With the Irithel being so mobile, there's a Leomord, a Faramis as well, and the high loss. This is a movement speed composition. Indonesia might actually find it very difficult to lock people down with this kind of composition. They're going to lean heavily on, again, that Petrify from Psychots. But we saw, even in game number 1, with the Benedetta Petrify, Cambodia splits up really well before that flank to prevent that from happening. Indonesia with the final pick here, they need a
Roamer. Unless the Akai goes into that roaming position, which is, you know, can work, but not really. And we mentioned the Kadita. Dreams on this Kadita is very, very dangerous, but we'll have to see. It's a mixed bag from Indonesia. Some kite back, some engage, some pick off, some team fight. Whereas for Cambodia, it's full metal, pedal to the metal. They want to go all the way in and take out Indonesia.
Oh, man. Indonesia with the Kadita, they're basically trying to limit that move speed. They're trying to limit that mobility from Cambodia with another Petrify. Another CC lock hero that we just mentioned earlier. That's basically the tools for Indonesia to win. That's their win condition. If they can actually burst someone down, petrify them, stun them up for the rest of the members to follow up, it's going to be a good day, a good game for Indonesia. But if Cambodia somehow are able to maneuver around that or to split up so that only one member or at most 2 of the front lines gets caught in the Petrify, then honestly, Cambodia has a chance to actually 2-0 Indonesia. I think it comes down again to the execution this time.
I think having a combination of the Yutsong and the Kadita, we've seen something similar from Indonesia when they're up against a very solid gold laner. Someone to dive and threaten the gold laner, and someone to just completely annihilate him with like an assassin pick. So I think Kadita can serve that purpose, but now we're straight back into the land of Dawn, Nurgle.
Well, once again, ladies and gentlemen, we're jumping into the land of Dawn, where Indonesia is trying to equalize, and Cambodia are trying to secure the grand final position, with Dreams already very aggressively moving into the enemy jungle, taking a whole lot of damage here as Nature rotates as well. It's first blood before the first minute of the game. Cambodia are on fire.
Bit of a disaster trying to get information on a Kadita. Very, very squishy. Yes, you have the blessing of the ocean, but you need to survive for that to actually work out. And by the way, speaking of security, 3 purifies on the side of Cambodia.
Man.
They are not having any crowd control issues whatsoever. They want to be able to do whatever they want, and they have enough mobility to make that happen without those sprints. So the purifies will mean that Indonesia needs to be very wise in how they want to use these skills.
Oh, T still able to get out. Going to be taken down by Hijume. That's a trade back on the board. Both of the roamers already falling here early in the game. But I do feel like, again, in terms of that mid-control, this Yves with the Kadita will definitely have a bit of an edge. Clearing out the waves a bit faster to rotate and to provide more help across the side lanes.
If they roam S3 along with Taz on the Akai, they actually have more advantage, but look at this dive!
Oh, Lutsu, too aggressive! Gonna be taken down, punished, and that's a real world manipulation as well. A very aggressive play from Cambodia, but this time it might be too aggressive as Taz jumps in with a heavy spin, instantly knowing where Boom is. The Furious Dive as well from Psychox to pick up the kill and to take the lead in game 2.
They have the pressure, and now they can go for the turtle, because for Cambodia, this Fire Mist can save some of their members from the big burst damage, but hang on, as we say that though, that is Deja picking up a kill onto Psychox. Definitely not what Indonesia wants, but there we go, turtle secured for Indonesia in minute number 2.
It's still just a very slow game now that the action has happened early on, Arashi. Both teams will be waiting for the neutral objectives. They don't really want to go for anything too crazy, but just as I say it, Lutu will be caught for the second time in this game. And this time it's by Dreams, who's taking it a bit personally, that first kill. And you can see as well, Brand's just having a good time on that Melissa against the Aerith though. Breath of Ocean popped in, OP going to be sandwiched by Indonesia. The real world manipulation as well, forcing OP to use that ultimate to get out of the range. It's still OP who can survive, who can still get out, but look at the waves. Very disadvantageous for Cambodia. It's pushing in towards Indonesia, and Brands is just letting it push.
Wave clear advantage for Indonesia and fight skirmish advantage for Cambodia, unless, as we talked about, Dreams can actually start having the pick-off gameplay. He was able to delete Lutu, who is a fighter in the early game, so that definitely is not what Cambodia wants. They are grouping at the bottom side though. There might be a big fight building up here, as they're just waiting there, trying to counter-engage on the possible dive towards OP. This is what you come to expect. They want to make sure that OP does not get shut down. He is the main win condition.
But here, so far, Brands has been able to find a whole lot of success in the lane, getting a whole lot of gold. And with the help of Hijume right here, with that real-world manipulation constantly, it's just so difficult. And you can see as well the rotations from the XP laner, opting to actually leave that XP lane. Dream spotted out by T, and Psychox even cancelled that recall. Got cancelled by T. Hylos having a better time in that XP lane again, just soaking in as much gold as possible, while Taz is actually going to be the one gifted the job to handle, or to match up against that Hylos.
Brands now has secured the bulk of that, well, almost the whole thing, the whole turret gold, and with that momentum, Indonesia rotates their top side at the opportune moment, going for the turtle, but there might be a fight here because they are backing away.
Oh, that's a very good engage again by Dreams. Lutu taken off, and that's Taz who secures the turtle. Deja all alone pops the cold ulcer to survive, but a pin down from Taz is there. Deja with a Purify still able to get out with the real world inflation, will be able to lock him down for the kill to be handed over to Hijume.
The pick-off game from Dreams, man, this is what we've come to expect. It's dangerous and it needs to be respected, but Brands will be taken out. OP is actually getting a bit more momentum back here, and Indonesia might want to just try and funnel a bit more attention because it's going well so far. Why stop here?
Yeah, 3,000 gold lead already. Taz also was able to steal away the purple buff. Now, Lutu is 2 levels behind of Taz on a hero that you would really optimally want to go snowball early on, right? You want to get as much as possible on this Leomord. If you get to that later stage, you are going to fall off pretty badly, actually.
Well, Dreams right now, though, already having the Club of Destiny scaling towards that late game. Hijume with the Ice Queen's wand will mean that for Cambodia, escape is going to be a very difficult situation as OP again is the target.
So much damage to the pin as well. The Purify comes in to save OP for a bit with a hard guard, but he is going to be taken down by Brands with the dolls. Deja with the Cold Altar getting out. Brands is securing that tier 1 down below and moving back. Indonesia now invading the enemy jungle, and Lutu has no say whatsoever to what's happening in his jungle. Taz is now 3 levels ahead. Psychox is zoning Lutu away, has a Black Dragon form to get out as Taz jumps in, gets the damage down as Dreams, looks for the follow-up now. Tier 1 going to be taken down in the mid lane. Boom, still having the glorious pathway, can get out. And Indonesia decides to play the disciplined game this time, backing off, not overextending as they did in game 1.
If Indonesia maintains this discipline and plays with that vision, they have so many tools to start off that pick-up gameplay. And for now, at least until later on in the game, the members from Cambodia are going to be way too squishy to push into a Yves a Kadita, as well as a Yuzong. This early game is very strong from Indonesia, and they are completely abusing it to go for the purple buff, it seems, right now, because Boom is taken very low with the real manipulation, almost taken out, flickers away, and I think Indonesia will be able to secure this purple buff. That's a sad day for Lutu on the Cambodian side.
The gold lead just building again, slowly but surely, towards Indonesia as they are suffocating Lutu, especially in this jungle. But the entire Cambodian team is just not having a good time here in the first 7 minutes. You know, Indonesia came back from a similar kind of position here. You can already see again that ambush over Lutu, trying to find some compensation. Dreams with the conceal, still able to jump away. Dreams finally taken down with the Phantom Steed by Lutu. Psychots might be next, brought back to the team. Has the Furious Dive, now gonna be caught still. Serve staining for a bit, but Lutu finds that double kill, putting them on the board. And finally Lutu has found 2 kills here. Finally found some compensation, a way to turn the tides back around.
Gold difference just swinging back here. It was up to 6.5k, I believe. Now down to 5k, more or less. But this is what we talked about for Indonesia. They have the chance to make the plays happen, but the longer it goes, the more it goes with the mid-game. They need to understand that Cambodia will start grouping up with each other, and they need to make plays as 5 as a top side. Though Brands make a play.
Wow, Brands instantly just jumps in. 2v1, doesn't even need the help of Taz. A good read by Brands, and a very good, just honestly, instinct by him, knowing exactly the limits of Melissa and how much he can take. Pops that go away perfectly as Lutu jumps in to knock him back, and Deja's gonna be caught as well here. Pops the call alter for safety, but will just lose that HP bar instantly. With the rough waves popped in and the purple buff targeted, Indonesia have taken the lead back into their hands. That grasp is as strong as ever.
Brands was able to make that play happen and swing momentum back. He is, by the way, 3 levels. Well, not two now, but he was earlier 3 levels ahead of OP, and that shows again the game plan of the Indonesians. Destroy that gold lane, let Brands carry, and shut down OP in one fell swoop. It's working very well so far, but we've seen that Cambodia has been able to come back from the situation. They need to stay disciplined and make sure that they don't leave any window available for Cambodia to get some foot back into the game. And now with that lore taken away, they go straight back into the jungle looking for more victims to pick off.
Here, Indonesia again opening up the side of the map here. Boom gonna be caught with Furious Dive, has the glorious pathway to escape. That real world manipulation almost took him down, but Indonesia will just pull back. Again, they got the lore, they don't need to go for anything too aggressive. Given the orange buff over to Brands and securing just that lead, backing off, playing it disciplined.
We talked about having different tools of engaging, by the way. Furious Dive Petrify, Breath Motion Petrify, and the Heavy Spin. So many things for the members of Cambodia to watch out for, especially if you're OP. You know that the Indonesians has their eyes on you, and at every moment, someone might come up from the sides. It could be the Kadita, it could be the Akai, the Yuzong, or even the real manipulation to just screw over your chances of having that impact in those team fights, and Indonesia is absolutely abusing it.
Taz finding a good pin down onto Boom with the help of the real world manipulation, but the call alter is placed down there, only for him to get silenced as that's OP again in the back line. It's taken so low, but a passive from Psychots. Brands picks up a mega kill, and it's a 2-4-0. Indonesia in that skirmish finding everything they need to look for the end right now. Deja looking for it. OP gonna be taken very low, taken down by Taz as he jumps forward with Retribution as well. T bursted down, and the base is wide open in 10 minutes. Indonesia equalize.
Wow. All the fighters, all the skirmish capabilities from Cambodia doesn't even matter because Indonesia will outmaneuver them, and in the mid-game, just outpick them in that skirmish gameplay. Even the tankiest of members, even the Leomord gets completely destroyed, and Cambodia, they just lost control of that game, and they lost control of that gold lane as well. That is the main idea, the main strategy that the Indonesians were able to apply and shut down Cambodia's chances of success.
Brands on the Melissa, man. Usually we say if it ain't broke, don't fix it. It broke in the first game, and they didn't fix it.
We're going to see a bit of the highlights. In the early game, as you can see, there's a lot of burst damage for the side of Cambodia, but after the initial few moments, it seems like Indonesians found their grip, and especially this early game dive from Cambodia, a bit too aggressive, but that's how they need to be playing it. If they just get complacent and they think that everything's gonna go the same way, Indonesia in that mid-game, they have a bit of a steeper power spike, and you can see that even with the Cult Altar, even with the tanks available, even with the Angela, the pickup gameplay was just way too difficult to deal with, and especially OP on the gold lane without a lot of crowd control to use to protect him. He just gets taken out again and again, and of course later on we're gonna see that 1v2 where Bronze just out of nowhere goes for the play solo and somehow, some way makes it work. But you see, the crowd control difference, I think, is just the key to victory here, because in game number 1, it seems like with Divine Judgment, with all the suppressions available from the Cambodian side, they were able to shut down Taz and Brands and take out Indonesia. But now in game number 2, the shoe is on the other foot. With 2 petrifies, 2 knockups, and even the heavy spin, Cambodia are just caught bewildered. They have no idea which one is going to come first, and before you know it, they have lost all control, and Indonesia pushed towards the base.
Here as well, man, that final fight where Cambodia tried their best to actually play front to back. But where is the front? Decimated by Indonesia. That's how much of a goal lead they got. 10,000 in the end. And you can see, the frontliners were just not able to soak in any damage. They got melted down by not just Brands, but Ijume as well, who's opted to go for the utility build.
Keep in mind, usually after, struggling in that fight, Obi is there to save the day.
Hold up.
Like the hero that comes in when things are dire. But now, being 3 levels below, how is he supposed to save his team? It just isn't available, and they did not play accordingly. So they need to adjust and find something different, man. But the match MVP is going to be Taz from Indonesia, 1-0 and 6. It seems like he wasn't doing a lot of killing, a lot of pickoffs per se in the early game, but the objective gameplay is absolutely solid, and later on, the threat of that heavy spin is just so good.
Oof. You're right. This guy started it off in the early game, right? The first few kills were from Taz. The turtle takes, again, I don't think this man has lost a retribution battle.
I think so. Even
He was
earlier,
mid laner, by the way.
on the Joy.
He was a mid laner.
He was a mid laner. Not anymore.
So, explain to me how.
He's so good at retributions.
Yeah, I mean, he was a jungler back in MDL, but he's had so much time and experience playing as a mid laner. You think with the role swap again,
The layoff.
it would actually impact his performance, but right now it's so solid. Psychots as well, though. Yeah, you gotta give him props, man. On the Yuzong, a lot of people say no Yuzong, no win, but hey, that's a feat. If you can auto win your games on the Yuzong, why not?
Why not? I
Why
mean,
not, Raj?
there's no reason
Why
not
not?
to. And for Hijime, by the way, he did not go for the Enchanted Talisman because he needs maximum damage. He is not there just to spam out skills and be annoying. He is there to output that damage because they are trying to shut down, to pick off Cambodia. He opts for the Ice Queen's wand directly and then straight for the glowing wand. It's a combination of slow and also every single instance of damage buffed up by the glowing wand, and with so many fighters. Essentially, even the Faramis and then the Hylos as well as the Leomord, when you have a glowing wand, it just does so much more damage against these beefier, higher max HP heroes, and Hijime with this very smart optimization goes all the way. And for Dreams, no Lightning Truncheon, but with the Genius wand, it just has so much synergy with Hijime, and this mix of damage coming in, right? It's so balanced. 1 tank, 2 physical damage dealers, 2 magical damage dealers. There is no easy solution, and especially if you're on the back foot, especially when there's a 10k gold difference, you have no idea how you want to itemize and deal with this pressure.
It's a bit too much pressure to handle. I was just looking at the replay here because right after the game, Psychots actually did this.
Oh!
So this is something I just want to check again. Yeah, he actually did it. I saw it at a glimpse right here, but I wasn't sure. Yeah, he was doing this and his chair fell down. So it's unfortunate, Psychots, a bit too heated maybe again, but that's just the nature of competition. When you win a game, especially after losing game 1, you get hyped up. Again, Cambodia was also very hyped up, 100% after game number 1. We'll see again as it is 1-1. The second full game series in ISF after 8 matches, 9 matches? We've had 9 or 8 matches so far, and we've only had 1 game or 1 series go the distance. This is the second time, and it's both Cambodia, Malaysia, and now Cambodia, Indonesia.
And I mean, they are desperate. They're struggling for it. They really want this victory, but now they also have a bit of an advantage. In game number 1, Cambodia got the better of Indonesia, surprising them with how they were able to counter that Joy. Indonesia were able to completely adjust and have a dominant win in game number 2. Now, can Cambodia also make these adjustments and have a dominant win in game number 3? That leaves, we have to wait for that result. But I think with how Cambodia has shown their adaptability, how they're able to absorb that knowledge and experience, Indonesia need to change something as well. They can't expect to have the same kind of picks, the same kind of success, because Cambodia will make adjustments. Maybe banning out the Utah, right? Maybe picking something that can protect OP better in that gold lane.
Well, to start, you know, if we're talking about the drafts, who's going to be on the red side, who's going to be on the blue side, right?
Yes.
Because so far in the series, there's a pattern. The red side has 100% win rate. When you're on that second pick, getting those 2 heroes in the start, it's kind of an advantage so far, right? If you do ban out the heroes that obviously are pretty broken. But even when Cambodia let that joy go, they were able to find a few counters here. Arashi wants to get into close-up shot. There you go, Arashi.
Sorry, did I break your train of thought?
No, I just want to highlight that.
I was wondering how it would look on camera. It's pretty funny. But of course, we have to go back and focus on this match. It's very intense, very serious. And I think the coaches here, we talk a lot about Coach Bjorn, right? Coach Zace from the side of Indonesia, and he's very smart and cerebral with his approaches. And I think in a way, the Cambodians have a bit of a opposite approach. It's always very instinctive, right? Everything doesn't really seem to make sense on paper, but then you see it just come together in the game, and you're like, okay, this is what they're trying to do.
Oh, you know? Oh, okay. Getting pretty cool in this game. But ISF 14th World Esports Championships is obviously, ladies and gentlemen, supported by wonderful Indonesia, Kemenpora, NOC, and also Connie. We would also love to thank all of our sponsors: JHL Group, JHL Auto, Nusapay. We also have DAS with Gudang Crypto, Pertamina. Also, Taiwan Excellence, Hydro Coco, which is amazing, by the way. Merosaka Nusa Dua, the official venue of the event. We also have IndyHome, Telkomsel, HIM, Episode Hotel, Mineski Global, Indonesia Football E-League, and ESID with Lemon ID.
And the media partners, which has cooperated so well with our event right here, we cannot have done it without you. We have to thank them as well. Net TV, Trans Studio, Detekcom, Esport ID, Video.com, Dunia Games, Dance TV, Dance Play, Merah Putih, Bola Score, and Kami Bijak. Thank you very much for helping us out with this event. It's very, very much appreciated. Well, that will be our benefactors for this event.
Absolutely. But Arashi, it does seem like the players are going to be taking a break. Us on the caster desk as well. Mirashi will be back in a bit with Indonesia versus Cambodia, game number 3, to decide who gets to go to the grand finals first. Ciao.
Banyak banget lagunya, cuk. Nggak main-main. Kocak lagu doang. Nah, gimana sih ini? Kok nggak ada ininya? Mana sih kok nggak main-main?
Welcome to Mobile Legends! 5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them! All troops deployed!
Soon, a new world will be dawning.
First blood!
Justice. What a pretty word to fool the weaklings. Suffer!
An enemy has been slain!
What doesn't kill me?
An ally has been slain.
Longer.
An enemy has been slain!
Suffer!
Your team destroyed a turret!
Doubt my intentions as you please. In the end, only the victor will be remembered. Fret not. You can't escape the inevitable.
An enemy has been slain! Double kill!
There is no future for Katie
Killing spree!
behind closed borders. Nonsense! Dragon Altar is the true peril of Cadia Riverlands.
You have slain an enemy! Request backup!
Stubbornness will be your undoing. There is no
An
other
ally
wrong,
has slain the
only
turtle!
consequences. In time, the world will bow before.
Shut down!
Give me a break, or you'll suffer a miserable death. I don't give a damn if the world is against me. I only demonstrate my true strength when necessary. Me? No, it's you who put yourself in danger.
An ally has been slain.
bow before me.
Killing spree! Killing spree! Mega kill! You destroy the turret! Enemy has been slain! An enemy has been slain!
Justice. What a pretty word. Nonsense. Dragon Altar is the true peril of Cadia Riverlands. Stubbornness will be your undoing.
Your
Great
team
dragon.
destroyed a turret! Your team destroyed a turret!
Me? No, it's you who put yourselves in danger.
An ally has slain the turtle!
Soon, a new world will be dawning. What doesn't kill me makes me even stronger. Doubt my intention.
Request backup!
Only the
Mega kill! Double kill! Slain! Unstoppable! Wiped out! Double kill! Wiped out!
I only demonstrate my true strength when necessary.
Your team destroyed a turret! Killing spree! Mega kill! Double kill! Your team destroyed a turret! Monster kill! Victory!
Hmm.